Okay, we're live. Oh, is my recording paused? Hopefully that didn't mess with the stream. I was recording for like 5 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna change some settings here and let people join. I did just learn recently that the setting for low latency is actually in OBS. It's just a little bit hidden and I didn't see it before. But now I should always have low latency, which means I can read chat. Finally. So now it's a stream default. I don't have to do the weird thing where I start a broadcast and then edit the broadcast and then go live. Also, this music is really loud. I don't think I changed the volume even slightly. No, it is actually at very low volume. We'll leave it there, that's good enough. Okay, let's go here. So, Aspect has been cooking. Some of you guys might actually know, because Aspect is live right now. But Aspect took all the wood I had and built this. And I'm just gonna... Wow, phenomenal speech skills. I'm just gonna make a few modifications, because I think... I didn't want these to be random. I want like a gradient from full bronze here all the way to oxidized bronze like that. So I want it more like a gradient rather than random. And then I'm gonna probably need some help with chat to figure out what to do with the reflective floor. Because I feel like this void stone is a bit conflictive. This is the original design Aspect had, and I tried just putting like purple wireframe there, but I don't know, it just doesn't quite look right. It's too similar to that, and we want two different kinds. So, we'll work that all out, but I'm gonna start by changing all the bronze here. Yeah, Aspect is doing auto-crafting, like, properly. These textures, by the way, I'm not very used to. These are very new AE2 textures, like 1.21 AE2, but these are ME interfaces. And, oh, they have, like, names. Wait, what? Wait, why does it know it's a bender? It can never do that, usually. But yeah, this is gonna send, like, let's say iron ingots into here, and then they'll get pulled out into these benders, and then they'll come out as plates. So ingots to benders to plates. And same here with the wire mills. This is all auto-crafting. It's gonna be very useful, and that's why we're building this whole floor. Is my stream? No, I just paused my stream, like a smartass. Hopefully we don't get tree stream again. Don't worry, all that was done already. And I'm pretty sure Aspect even, like, cut up all the wood for me. So we have a bunch of planks, allegedly. Oh, yeah, that was already moved. We probably renamed the block in an anvil. Is that something you can do on interfaces? That's really cool. Oh. Apparently that was my last blueberry pancake. Did I run out of dough? I'll lose my mind if I ran out of dough. I did not. Oh, I ran out of pancakes. I just need raw pancakes. Pancakes have recently been my go-to here. They got a really good balance and they're extremely cheap. And before the why aren't you using the healing axe guy comes in, I am purposefully avoiding it. And I will not use a healing axe for the entire playthrough. Okay, I'm just gonna clear my inventory. It's very nice to have AE2 because I don't actually have to think about where I'm dumping all my items. Like, this can really probably just all go. And since Aspect made such a big system, like, this is way more than you need for a starter system. I don't actually have to worry about anything when dumping full inventory's worth of materials into storage. Maybe I should, but if I fill up storage, I'll just spend an hour crafting new cells. That's really the mentality you gotta have in GTNH. I like how you have more stabaloy than titanium. Somehow more steel than stabaloy, too. This is really stupid. This is a stupid array of top items. Why is there titanium rods? More titanium than iron. Not entirely accurate, there's a lot of barrels full of stuff. Okay, do we have pine? I don't think we have pine or a willow. A widow, shit, man. Silk rot. Oh no, are we out of willow? I almost said widow again. You could hear a weird L there because I was trying to stop. In case you don't know, Widow is a boss in Silksong. A very important boss. So we have to fight it in the speedrun. And I'm really bad at it. My fastest Widow time is 15 seconds behind world record. Knoxville the Great has arrived. Oh no. It's so over. Okay, this is bullshit. I'm leaving. My powers only work in speedruns? Well, watch this. Wait, I don't think I even have a live split capture. Give me a second. Dude, how long did you give me Wither? A minute? Hold on. Hold on, we're getting live split ready. Does this work? I just don't think it does. I think it's lying to me. Where the hell is it? Whatever. The joke's dead. It's too long. It's been too long. I took too long. The joke's dead. Whatever. I was gonna pull up live split in case that wasn't obvious. Just ran our first auto crack. Let's go. Whoa! Yo, Aspect did exactly what I wanted here. This was a plan I had for a while. I just didn't get to it. Yeah, this is great. We just need to extend that brick wall. This is so nice. Aspect spends like 3 times more time on the server than I do, because I have school and Silksong. So I don't... I have to balance everything. Also, he built this. This is very nice. That's the bees. We want... There. I don't know where the bed went. Like, the bed that was already placed. I'm just gonna stick it here. For certain definitions of balance. Hey, shut up. The Greg Tech viewers don't need to know that I spend 7 hours on Silksong every day. The playtime... I thought I would start getting bored around this time. But my Silksong playtime each day is only going up. Steam says the time of the last 2 weeks is 73 hours. What did I go down for? I simply don't even know. Dude, I didn't even see. I'm really smart. I'm really smart. I asked to VC, and then just didn't join VC.
That's awesome. Let me answer this guy's question real quick, and then we can talk.
Okay.
So the Nebursum from the Planar Vortex, the Planar Vortex, the ethereal essence that it drops is based on what you make the node out of.
He doesn't know he got off deafen rather than getting on deafen, so there's that yapping. No, I'll get off. It's funny.
Which grabs the Nebursum. You could have another one, or like filter the Infernal drops out, because you get a lot of them. I just trashed them right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, up to you.
You didn't go on deafen, I think you meant to.
I know, it's fine. We can just talk now. We're good.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. I do like what you did here. Originally, that front bit where you got the AE2 system, that was going to be like an open area. And I've decided that it is still going to be an open area, but our AE2 system's going to be kind of in the open. I think that would be very cool.
Yeah, it could still be like open to the air. I like that still.
Yeah, I just don't know what to do. There'll be stuff above it, obviously. It'll be like an overhang. Really cool. I don't know what to do for the reflective floor, though, because if you saw the screenshots I sent you, the original plan was light gray glass on cobblestone. But you put normal gray glass here, which I've actually decided I like more, because it gives more contrast, but now I don't know what block to put under. Because voidstone is a bit too much contrast with the bronze. And then the purple wireframe I tried here is too similar to the regular wireframe, and I think I like it different. So I don't know what to put there. We can figure that out with our chats too, I guess. Put together.
Yeah, I'm not great with colors. I just kind of guessed till I find a color palette. But I'm
also not great with colors.
We can go back
but
to the light gray too.
And maybe we can't. I messed with it, like you could see. I got a bit of light gray glass, but I do really prefer the dark, because it gives the right kind of contrast. I want that.
Yeah, I think it blends well with like the more mechanical blocks too, anyways, that are next door to it, so.
Yeah. And originally it was just going to be bordered with bronze, but again, I think I prefer the technical blocks. To absolutely everyone's surprise.
I like having a mix of them.
Yeah, I end up only using the sturdy technical blocks. In case that wasn't obvious in the base design. That's what I did for E2E. It's the only way I know how to build.
That's like me with the abyssal blocks and Greatwood. But no, I like how we have a different color palette for like each section for the most part. That's something I always like to do.
I like how you transitioned from the like MV floor passive section into your magic section. That's actually exactly what I was planning to build there, but I just never found the time. All we have to do now is extend the stone brick wall on the level below to meet it, and then that area will be done.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I think we could probably put in like a few metal supports holding up the platform above.
Yeah, I wanted to put a warning sign that's like warning magic ahead, like that'd be pretty funny. Just the tech players know not to go to that half of the base.
Yeah. Just have a hazmat suit on the wall.
It's easier to see something too, because like when you're standing back, you don't see a lot. You just see the cave wall. But when you go up close and you like look over the ledge, you can see a lot of cool stuff. But I want to build something higher up because the B stuff's over there. Yeah, the B stuff's gonna go up there too. So maybe that at some point will come together better. But yeah, I just felt like building the other night. I didn't want to do anything else. I was just low brain activity, so I was building.
Dude, last night. Like, I know I'm the Silksong guy, it's all I talk about, but last night was particularly bad, because multiple times, okay, I had my Silksong stream, which was already after 2 hours of practicing and warm-up. I had that stream, then I was gonna end that stream, but I decided I would do practice, and then I was gonna finish practicing, but then I decided I really didn't want to, so the stream went twice as long as it was supposed to. And then after the stream, I start editing Silksong, because I really want that video out in the next, like, week. Except to edit Silksong, I have to like record little segments, which meant that I opened up my practice instance, and then I ended up practicing Silksong even more. And then after that, I was like, oh, what if I just do a run right now? So for the first time in a very long time, I did just non-live runs. I did non-recorded, just solo runs. They went really well. Like, I actually got some pretty good times, but then died on the way out of Act 1. But yeah, last night was like 7 hours of Silksong. I was gonna do a Project Singularity stream, and then I just didn't.
Yeah, I had a bad headache, and I went to bed at like 7 o'clock. And then I woke up 12 hours later for work, and I'm like, that was crazy. So that happens sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I need to grind, because I want to get ahead on my videos. Like, I want to have a video ready to go up as, like, just in case I need more time to make another one. Because I want to try to do weekly videos. Whether it be, like, just Project Singularity, or, like, also, like, filler. Like, maybe some other stuff, I don't know, like... random Greg Tech. I also want to get out of just a Greg Tech channel.
My viewers dream of weekly uploads.
It is so hard. Like, I was like looking at like what other people were doing that was successful, and like the answer is just upload more, and it's like, damn.
If I did less building and more progression, and then didn't play Silksong, I would be able to get a video out every 4 days. I did the math on that based on trends so far, but first of all, I like building, and second of all, I get very stuck when it comes to figuring out what to do when editing a building section. What I'm doing here in this one, I want chat's feedback on this, is I am cutting out the entire thing and doing a tour at the end. I'm not dealing with that shit. I don't want to do it.
Did you see my newest video? I actually found a good idea to edit stuff like that. I just put some like more hype music in with like a actual like kick drum, not like ambient music, and I like used the slip tool on DaVinci, and then I was like editing, kind of like if you watch like old Threefold, where he would like place blocks in the beat. Mine wasn't that detailed, but like something similar to that.
I used to do that quite a bit in TFG and towards the start of Project Singularity, but often in these kinds of builds, it's so much just like place 2 blocks, stand back, and then break them, and find another 2 blocks to put there. And so it's kind of just impossible to do that. One idea I had, which I want to experiment with sometime, I can't do it for this, because it only works when not live streaming, but I could do it how I build my machine lines, where I'll like stand back in a set position, and then like I'll do a little punch, and then it'll jump cut into a bunch of new machines being placed, and I'll explain that. What if I did my builds like that, where I back up
the GTNH in one episode thing was?
Yeah, that actually came from Average Greg Tech Player.
Yeah.
But I could probably figure out a way to incorporate that into buildings, where I'm like, okay, we're gonna put the floor here, and then just the floor appears, and put a frame around it,
smooth one.
And do that.
That's a good idea too, honestly.
But I guess I could make it work during a live stream. Not this one, because the recording I had before would not flow into it properly. Maybe I could figure it out, but
yeah,
it would be a fun idea.
Yeah, I liked editing the music, because I also like really like my music choices and like picking it, so that just felt like a good fit for me.
Yeah. I'm getting a lot of experience with doing montages for the Silksong video that I keep mentioning. I had to do montages for, I think, like 15 different speedruns. Half the video is montages. I'm very happy with it. Have time to watch the clip I sent you? Or have you been live since I sent it?
I don't know if I remember it.
Because I sent you a little 2-minute mist explainer.
No, I didn't look at that yet, because I was streaming when you sent it, I think.
Okay. Well, tell me what you think after stream.
Yeah, I'll check it. I don't even know you sent these messages. I missed all of them.
Yeah. Well, one of them was informing you about the top area.
Yeah, I see.
And then you didn't do that, and I'm actually happy with that, so...
It's alright. I did not read my DMs. You could have hopped in chat and let me know, but it's alright.
Okay, this is taking really long in the cutting machine. As long as it's not palm wood, I'm probably actually just going to use a saw to make these planks.
We could also make more cutting machines, but we're gonna need more circuits and stuff. I want to auto-craft them, but
yeah, I should get into auto
break.
crafting. Like I should be setting up stuff for that, especially since I need so many distillation towers. I need those circuits auto craftable. But
yeah,
I don't know. I don't feel like it.
I do. So the circuit auto crafting is something I want to do. I can get that going for my video.
Yeah, the one thing I can be very, very happy about that reassures me in editing is if I miss, like, hours and hours of progression that you've done, you have good videos. My viewers can just go watch that. I don't have to worry about them missing
Subscribe
out.
to Aspect.
Yeah, that's why I keep plugging your channel, because that's like you're vital to my series. There's half of progression that's just happening between my recordings.
Yeah.
And your videos are very good. Even though I'm
Thank
in
you.
our base, I still watch them.
Yeah.
Everyone in chat right now, go watch Aspect.
So true. I didn't know you were streaming.
Was that not clear?
No, I didn't notice. It's okay.
Oh, hey, my viewer count is actually updating live. It hasn't done that in over a month. So now I actually know how many viewers I have. The last few streams it just said 1, and then also said that the stream started a few seconds ago, even if it was a 5-hour live stream.
I'm trying to remember where the raid feature was. I want to throw my viewers to you, but they're probably already subscribed, so...
Oh yeah, they added raids to YouTube, didn't they?
Yeah, it's like buried in the menus, though. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, I'm about to hop off. I've been streaming like 3 hours, which is a lot for me. I have to use the bathroom, shower, and then get ready for work. But I'll probably still do a little bit more.
Showers, scary.
That's insane. That's unbelievable. And also works. That's also unbelievable.
Oh,
I can't find the raid feature. All right, chat. I'm gonna hop off for now. But you guys should go over to Hecuba's stream. I'll drop a link in his chat. In my chat, not in his chat.
It's taken me this long just to gather all the wood types.
Yeah, the wood is that. I was watching some of that. That was an escapade for sure. You were like losing your mind. I'm like, I'm just gonna deafen. That was funny.
It got really bad at the end. Did you see the Subway Surfers?
I did, yeah. Yeah, thank you all for watching. I'm gonna hop off for now. I will catch you guys probably tomorrow because I have a lot to do before Friday because I gotta make a rocket and I gotta make a funny secret project. So there's 2 things to do.
I think I know what that.
And also finish auto crafting. So there's a lot to do. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later.
Imagine not automating showering. Wow.
I'm automating the shower. That's crazy.
That's what, you know how Gemini has those like auto-generated like video titles in the quote-unquote inspiration tab?
Yeah, and like there's been some bad ones they gave me.
Well, now that I'm doing Silksong and GTNH, it's just completely confused. I think I've already told you about this. But the automating Silksong speedruns in GTNH.
Automating Silksong speedrun. How to get banned from the leaderboard.
That's just called the Taz.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna hop off for now. If you're on later, I could VC for a bit before bed.
Okay.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, bye. I think right now I don't actually want to use Willow here. I don't want it too green. So the most oxidized we'll have is fur. Yeah, that looks good. And then I want a little bit more palm, because it has to look bronze-like. What's the stripy white block used for the floor? This is worn metal column, the factory block. I've never used that block before because it looks really bad in isolation. But on the maintenance floor, it actually looks very nice. We go in here. Just finishes out the whole area. I think I should just have these all laid out here. I'm not going to use willow, like I said. It's just too green for now. Maybe in more, like, worn out parts of the base, that would make sense. Because it's less maintained. Okay, what are we doing here? What do we want under the glass? Because I want this to look kind of reflective. So I might want something a lot smoother here. But not too smooth, like qubits don't work, I tried those. Wonder if I can use a gone here. I don't know. Like, kind of okay, but I think it just needs to be dark. If the glass is dark, the floor beneath it needs to be dark. Also, I should probably explain how I'm going to make this actually look reflective. Oh, the AE2 system's going to make that very annoying. I'm gonna make it so that any block that's... hold on, I just need to put blocks here so that I can demonstrate. Oh, what? What? Okay. If I put the gray stained glass here, and then I want it to look like this bronze block is being reflected, then I can just put that bronze block under here. And it doesn't look too convincing right now, but you can kind of get the idea. And I'm going to do that with anything that stands above the floor. There's just going to be a mirror version under it to make everything look reflective. And I could probably put like cable facades on all of these so that it only looks like the top face is visible. And then you have the glass under it. That could be pretty difficult, but maybe doable. Oh, he dug this out. Dude, Aspect just built, I guess. I'm such a slow builder, too. He probably took as long as it's gonna take me to put up the walls on this floor to just... as long as it takes me to put the walls on a floor, he built all this. And this. And all this. Oh, this system's off. Because it's full of titanium. Awesome. What about the neon blocks used in the casino? That wouldn't really work for a mirror, though. If there was like a connected texture version of Deep Slate, that would be really nice. But there's not. Any idea on where the server ends tier-wise? Stargate. I thought that's the goal of GTNH, Stargate. The GTNH server not gonna end until the pack's done. Oh, maybe this would work. It's gonna be really expensive, actually. I'm not sure if I want this to work. Yeah, I think a Gone would give a very similar look. It's not as much texture as I thought it would be. I'm actually quite glad, because quartz is expensive. I'll probably just chisel this a Gone. Just get a darker version. Been watching other Singularity streamers meme about TPS killing the server. No, we discussed that months before the server was even announced. We talked about how we deal with TPS. That is a solved issue. We directly know the people who run our server, like we know HypeServe. I'm willing to throw any amount of money at the wall to give us all the resources we need. And we have a lot of accountability with like really bad TPS machines. There's a few things that Goose and Nine have done in the past that led to some TPS issues. But those were solved, and we even know a few devs that are willing to make changes to the code for things like the Project Red autocrafters that killed the server briefly. They can just recode them and make them better. Like, we have basically every possible mitigation to TPS lag that you could imagine. Not gonna be an issue. Multiple people on our server have run their own servers with dozens of people that made it to Stargate. So if any server is gonna make it all the way, it's Project Singularity. Yeah, that was the biggest discussion point before the server started. Can AE2 cause TPS lag? Yes, and 9 and 3, I think, said that they would be AE2 police. They'd go to bases and see if people are doing the wrong thing. I think if you overuse subnets, and if you... There's just a few things you can do that make AE2 way more laggy than it needs to be. And so they're sort of gonna police the less knowledgeable players on how to mitigate that. But yeah, if you've seen, like, in early videos, you could see me breaking blocks and there'd be a bunch of lag. It's like, oh, already in early Steam age, there's TPS lag. That was because of a mod we had called Crucible that was allowing us to do... I forget exactly what, it was more like Flurbin's thing. I think it had to do with the Dyne map, but Dyne map still works, so I'm not sure what happened there. But yeah, some server-side mod we had was just eating up TPS, and that was, I think, 95% of tick lag was caused by that mod. And so we removed it, and the next day the server ran perfectly fine. So that was the one major incident that seemed like it was going to be the server threatening. And then another major incident that wasn't server threatening, but like made some of my viewers think the server was... It made some of my viewers think it was server threatening. Was just some goose shenanigans that made a few recordings fairly laggy, but first of all, half of that lag was my ping, not actually anything to do with the server. And second of all, those were Project Red crafters. We've installed a patch that makes them no longer so laggy, because some smartass in the code decided to make it check every single recipe in GTNH every time it crafts something, which is probably the most stupid thing I've ever heard of. I'm not a programmer, but that's just brain dead. Why did they do that? But yeah, that has also been fixed. Like, we're fine on TPS. We will make it to Stargate. The only thing that will threaten that is burnout, which would have happened a while ago, if that was an issue. I think the next major roadblock that could cause burnout is like mid-Ivy, so we'll check in then. But that was the second biggest talking point, like how do we prevent burnout? And that's why we have the economy, that's why we do periodic meetings, that's why we're starting games and stuff. We're doing a bunch of things that just makes it interesting to play on, even if you don't like Greg Tech. Whoever programmed that worked at Blizzard for 7 years. It's a good idea, trust. Do you have a document on how not to TPS nuke the server? We don't, but I'm pretty sure the GTNH Discord does. I might be wrong, but you can ask them. Don't ask me with those types of questions. That's not my wheelhouse. Either ask, like, 9, or directly ask the GTNH Discord. They're really helpful for that kind of thing. They also helped me set up this texture pack, Modernity GTNH. Because originally I couldn't get connecting textures working, and apparently there's just a client-side mod. Very simple. There's Willow here. I thought I removed all the Willow. Just remove Greg Tech from the pack and TPS should be great. Good? Thanks, Lily Cake. Hey, can you get Flurbin on that? That's actually a really good idea. I heard that Greg Tech is actually causing a lot of tick lag right now. It's like 40%. That's really big. Oh, we have an HV cutter. I will use this. I love using my HV cleanroom cutting machine to make stone slabs. How do you even detect which stuff causes TPS lag? I'm pretty sure Sodium has some command. I don't run the technical end of the server, and so I'm not quite sure, but I think 9 and Flurbin can run a command, and then it kind of diagnoses the server. Says a bunch of stuff. I think Soy Cake, who's apparently in chat, could give a bit more details on that. But yeah, we have a server-side mod, little plugin, to diagnose the server. Yeah, in case you couldn't tell, I don't deal with a lot of the technical stuff on the server, because I learned from Chaos Tech that I cannot be trusted with that. So I leave that in the hands of Flurbin and Dragonium and 9. Why am I trying to chisel Z-tone tiles? Dude. Oh, I should be using that. What happened in Chaos Tech? Basically everything that could have gone wrong went wrong, and it was my fault. And that sounds pretty self-degrading if you don't know the context, but seriously, if I don't admit that it's my fault, I'm just gonna do that again. It was just mismanagement, because I'm not experienced at all. My idea going in, which honestly I still stand by it, because I learned a lot from Chaos Tech. My idea was going in was, I don't need experience, because I will learn from whatever goes wrong here. I knew stuff would go wrong, because I didn't have anything going in, but I probably should have at least asked someone. But I didn't know anyone at the time. My channel was way smaller. If it happened like a year later, I'd have Flurbin and 3 and 9 to help out. Can't be that bad, right? I mean, a lot of people had fun on the event. It's just that it ended about 4 days early due to hackers, and half the server left because of miscommunication after I had to restart the server due to no pre-genning. I didn't pre-gen any chunks. So the people who did play, they had a lot of fun. I keep getting like monthly DMs saying when's the next Chaos Tech. I don't know if there's going to be a next Chaos Tech. Playing TFG Beneath only, it's hell. Hey, you know what's better than Beneath only? TFG is beatable with 1 block. I did all of the routing for a TFG Garden of Grind. You can beat the game with 1 moss block in the Beneath. Assuming you allow bastions to spawn. Okay. That is a little bit of a technicality, little asterisk. If you allow bastions to spawn, you can beat the game. Without bastions spawning, you can make it to steel. And I think you can get a few steam machines. But you do need bastions. Okay, a lot of people are curious now. I thought I've explained this before. This is gonna take a while. Especially since I haven't thought about this in a while. What is it making? Oh, exactly what I want it to. Good. Hold on. I'll get building so that I can get into the flow state, and then I'll break this down, because, there is a lot. I formulated a route. So, I tested this in 0.9.11. It might have changed, but the first and most important thing are mossy endermen. There's a bunch of different endermen in the Beneath, and mossy endermen can spawn in lush caves, so you need to spawn in a lush cave biome. Actually, I don't think you need to. I think you can go anywhere, but you need to get to a lush cave. I'll explain how you can do that. And then you need to do the vanilla 1-block strategy of jumping off on low hunger. Now, you guys might have seen, like, vanilla 1-block before. I think Pinu did a really good video on that, and then some, like, hardcore YouTuber copied it shamelessly. It was very annoying. But yeah, Pinu had a very good video doing vanilla 1-block, and you basically have to starve yourself down to 2 hearts and then jump off. And the reason you want to get that low health is so that once you die in the void, you haven't gone far enough to unload the mobs. And so you just repeat that every time you want to spawn a singular mob on the 1 block, and this applies to the mossy enderman in the Beneath. Now, you don't have to starve. You'll likely dehydrate first because it's TFG. And if you spawn the 1 block low enough, you might die of heat stroke even earlier. So it's a little bit forgiving that way. Then you have to figure out how to kill the mossy enderman. There's a few ways using, like, leaving and rejoining the game to have temporary immunity, and there's ways to block the knockback on a mob. And you just have to use that, but eventually you can get a moss block to drop from this mossy enderman and expand your platform. So, after probably around 40 hours, you can expand your platform, and this basically exponentially grows the amount of mobs you're going to get. There are a few other mobs that can give blocks like that. The Cowlin Clays drops Cowlin Clay and regular clay balls. But I'm pretty sure kaolin clay and regular clay are affected by gravity, so I don't think that counts as a usable block. Additionally, there was some mob that dropped stone. I'm trying to remember. I think, yeah, Deep Cave Enderman dropped Migmatite Pebbles, which you can turn into Deep Slate Cobble. That also has gravity, but it is a block. The original version of this challenge, when I was theorizing it, assumed that you turned off block gravity, because the one block had to be sand. And then I figured out how to get sand without anything else. But yeah, once you expand your platform a little bit with moss, the next important thing you need is, again, from the Mossy Enderman. They drop mangrove propagules, which is the only source of wood you will have in the entire run. So you can grow a mangrove tree on moss, and there you go, like 4 logs. Absolutely phenomenal. You can get sticks from the leaves, and then, as I mentioned, Deep Cave Endermen give Migmatite Pebbles. And so you can carve your first stone tools, and it's starting to look like a TFG playthrough. No latex, no rubber. I will get to that. That's the part where it takes 4,000 hours. Okay, that took me a long time to formulate. It's bad. It's really bad. Hold on. I need to get back into the flow state because I don't want to be standing around doing nothing. So here I need to build a road. I think I'm just going to extend this little thing that Aspect has. Probably using those vents. But yeah, getting rubber is where this starts to take longer than GTNH Garden of Grind. Not even joking. So, once you have stone tools, you can start thinking about getting metal. Now, again, the Deep Cave Enderman comes in clutch here. Because the Deep Cave Enderman can drop a gold ore piece, it can drop a copper ore piece, and it can drop a magnetite ore piece. And that's huge. Those are 3 very useful metals. I don't think you can get cassiterite, but we'll get to how you get bronze later. I think this needs to be 2 blocks instead. Honestly, I might just leave this segment in the video, because it's funny, and it gives me background footage. But yeah, once you get copper from the Deep Cave Enderman... How do I want to do this turn? Then you need to be able to melt it, and normally you do this with a pit kiln. But you cannot get straw. Yes, you can get copper, you cannot get straw. This is the stupidity of this route. In fact, you will not have straw for, like, the majority of the early game. So we'll get to that later. But instead of using a pit kiln, we're just going to jump straight to the charcoal forge. Because if you get a large enough moss area, then you can balance a little bit of deep slate cobble. And then you can get charcoal from graphite glazes, because they drop charcoal and graphite. And then use that charcoal for a charcoal forge. Or you could do a charcoal pile, because deep slate cobble does actually count as a valid block for the charcoal pile, so you can get it the normal way as well. I'm just going to temporarily light this up. So, once you have a charcoal forge going, you can now melt your copper. Because you have clay from kaolin glazes, you can get all the casts. And you can make a copper anvil from this 1 block start. And so far we've not used the little bastion detail I mentioned at the start. Bastions are not needed yet. From here, you need to get bronze. And this one was the first major issue when I was trying to route this. It's what initially made me think it was impossible. But it turns out they changed piglin trades in TFG. They have a huge loot table of many different metals. They can give tin, they can give bronze, black bronze, gold, silver, bismuth bronze, regular bismuth, and did I say regular bronze? It can give regular bronze. And so that's huge. That gives you most of the important early game metals. I think they can even give you cast iron. And how are you going to get the gold for the piglins? Well, Deep Cave Endermen. They drop gold ore. If no pit kilns, how do you fire the fire clay? You can get leather. Okay, hold on. I did skip over that. This is a long thing. Once you can't actually do copper tools immediately. I forgot about that completely. Shit. I wrote this. I just need to remember now. Or wait, no. No, graphite glazes drop like coke, or not coke. They drop regular coal, I think. Yeah, they drop regular coal, charcoal, and graphite. That was it. So regular coal burns hot enough to fire... Regular coal burns hot enough to fire clay. You don't need a bellows. That was how I wrote that. So you get regular coal from graphite glazes. Anyways, once you cast gold... Once you get gold, you can trade for bronze, and then that lets you get a bloomery. And then once you have a bloomery... Actually, hold on. No, I skipped ahead a little bit there. The bloomery needs stone bricks, and this was very difficult to figure out. Or at least it was for me, because I didn't know of a very simple mechanic. But apparently, you can use the regular TFC hammer to crush cobble into gravel, and gravel into sand. And Migmatite cobble turns into... I think black sand, if you hammer it twice. And so then with that, you need to get mortar. Because again, we're trying to make bricks for the bloomery. I need to actually do something. I'm doing an idle screen. This is bad. How do I get gray glass? Like that. Awesome. What was I saying? Yeah, you need mortar, and mortar needs lime water and flux. Flux, oh yeah, I remember flux now. That was one of the worst bits. Originally, I thought you would need... Oh yeah, I had that whole route. Oh, that was such a nasty route. We're not gonna go over the original route I had planned. When working on an Arnian section, this is some lore, because I was developing a lot of this during the TFG playthrough. When I was working on the Arnian town that I blew up, I noticed on the beach that there was just a lot of debris. There was just driftwood and clamshells and seaweed, and it was piling up like crazy. There's shit everywhere. And I noticed that it was actually spawning more of this stuff. And I'd surprised the dev with this. The dev of TFG didn't know this. And so I realized you can spawn clamshells on the ocean and crush those into flux. And so, the route at this point now has one block in the overworld and one block in the beneath. So you start in the beneath, but you can climb out of the beneath if you go high enough and teleport onto that one block in the overworld. And then from there, you need to find an ocean biome and place a bunch of sand there. And then just wait for, like, clams to spawn there. There's your flux. You can turn that into lime water. You can catch water from barrels in the rain because you're in the overworld. And then turn that into lime water. There's your mortar. You can make a bloomery. So, once again, no bastions used yet, and you have wrought iron. By the way, in case anyone was thinking about this, I will not be recording this. This is not a series I'm gonna do. Maybe someone else insane can do it. But I've done the math on how to get rubber. It's just not doable for a human. It takes too long. Maybe I can get like a tick acceleration mod. But I'm not gonna do the rubber stuff. We'll get to that later. But yeah, now we have iron. And then we need to get a blast furnace. Luckily, there's graphite glazes and kaolin glazes. We already have clay. We now have wrought iron. You can just get a blast furnace. It's that easy. Nickel is traded from piglins, along with black bronze, and so we can do black bronze, nickel, and steel to make black steel. And so we're already at black steel. No bastions used yet. Goose's TFG run. And so it's looking really good. You can now get black steel. And very interestingly, as I was working on this, I talked about some of the roadblocks in the route. I was talking to the dev about it. And I mentioned that I couldn't figure out a way to get redstone. And so literally the next update, they added a recipe, well not a recipe, they added a trade with the piglin to get a cinnabar gem. And you can now trade gold for cinnabar, which can be crushed into redstone with the quern, which instantly made that possible. Oh, how did I get stone again? How did I get raw stone for the quern? Oh yeah, the cobblestone generator. Oh, but how did I get lava? Right, bastions. Okay, that's a long tangent. We'll probably talk about that later. But yeah, the quern can be made... At this point, you do need a bastion. Because if you combine lava and water in TFG, you get raw rhyolite, and then you can turn that into a quern and stuff. And so that gets you redstone, and that lets you start getting all of these steam machines, because some of them need like vacuum tubes and stuff. So that needs steam. Why am I flying so slow? Thank you. What am I building next? He kind of put all the drives there. I think I need to move that. Yeah, I need these drives somewhere else. I think maybe... I actually don't know. I just need to clear this up, because if I start talking again, I'm not going to get anything done. That's something I do. Once I start talking about something I'm interested in, I don't get anything done unless I'm in like that subconscious flow state where I'm just mindlessly building. So I need to start this, and then I can continue the route. I notice that you're always listening to Silksong OST, and I would just want to recommend you check an amazing orchestral remix of The Choral Chambers by Theophany. I will check that out. Having the drive bays and the maintenance floor would be fitting. Yeah, I might do that. Actually, I'll check the remix of Choral Chambers after stream. You mentioned Silksong, and now I'm getting more sidetracked. Don't mention Silksong in front of me if you want the stream to stay on track, because I like the game way too much to shut up about it. Oh no. Oh, okay. Back to TFG. Quickly, back to TFG. Oh, Jetlag says it's gonna be cool? There you go. Okay, we're getting back into it. So, where was I? Right, we wanted to get steam machines. So, most of the steam machines are very doable at this point. To get vacuum tubes, you need copper, glass, and... Oh, glass, I forgot about that. That needs... Oh yeah, quartz sand. No, that's fine. That's just quartz sand, and... Oh wait, no, that was the problem. No, you can't do that yet. Because quartz sand is only after you get the mixer. I'm trying to remember, like, new TFG progression. I haven't done it more than once. I have done it before. Modern TFG progression is very cool. I just can't remember it. TFG, but you can only build houses out of kaolinite clay. But yeah, glass. So, to get your first batch of glass, so that you can start making glass tubes, which you'll need to make a mixer so that you can make glass easier. Because now we're going into the ULV age, which is all those create machines. To get to that point... Oh, there's a cable there, that's annoying. To get that glass, you need soda ash, lime, and 4 pieces of sand. And also specifically... Oh. Did I think about that? I just remembered, I think the glass tubes have to be specifically a silica glass batch. Oh wait, no. No, it doesn't. I remember, this is convoluted. If you do... I think you'd make volcanic glass with black sand, which is purple. You can make the volcanic glass. You cannot turn it into glass tubes, but if you crush it, it makes glass dust, which can then be turned into glass tubes in the alloy smelter. So yeah, I did think about that. There's a lot of, like, random details that I don't remember until I really think about them. So, you need soda ash, which I thought was impossible. This is another thing I thought was impossible. So the original skyblock start... This was going to be a skyblock, not a 1-block originally, but I kept shaving off more blocks. The original start started with a cobblestone generator and a piece of seawater, well, a bit of seawater with seaweed in it. And then that was how you were supposed to get soda ash, because you can smelt seaweed into soda ash. But there are 2 workarounds to that. First of all, the debris showing up on the beach gives dried seaweed, which fixes that completely. And the second fix... I'm actually just gonna noise this up a little bit. The second fix to that is, once again, the bastions. I'm now going to explain why bastions are so important to making this possible. It's because they're made of pyroxenite, which is a rock type. They have raw pyroxenite in them, which, by the way, is just renamed Blackstone in case people haven't played TFG. And because that's a rock type, ore veins can spawn in it. I have found bastions where there's just like a hematite vein growing out of it. And I've checked all the veins that can spawn in bastions, and they're all the veins you need. There are a few that are not in there, but luckily most of their resources can be made otherwise. And so, bastions can have ore veins. Now, you start to see why this takes really long, because if you need a very specific material, you have to find a bastion that has that ore vein stuck in it. And remember, there's no blocks. You're just bridging out in the void. It's really bad. So, the other way to get soda ash is soda ash ore, and that's why the bastions can help with that. But we're not going to use that yet. We can spawn seaweed. So it's fine for now. We'll get to bastions later, though. Once you do that, you can get your glass tubes, and you can start making ULV machines. And now we run into the final problem before you can get electricity. And this one was the one that stumped me for a very long time. All these issues took a while to think about. But getting to LV, you need rubber for cables, for circuits. You need rubber. There's no way around it. And the normal way to get rubber is to tap latex from a kapok tree, a rubber fig tree, or a Hevea tree. Hevea doesn't seem to work in my experience, but whatever. It's supposed to. It probably does now. By the way, this is starting to look very nice. What about food? So do you know about hunger resetting in Minecraft speedrunning? Have fun, there's no food. Actually, there are a few mobs that drop food. The piglins all drop pork, and the red deers, I forget what they're called, they drop venison. That problem is a human lifetime. That's why I invented immortality for the TFG1 block. Yeah, so, rubber. We can't get latex, because none of those trees are obtainable. The only tree we have is mangrove, and actually we can trade for mahogany planks from piglins, but no mahogany trees. Not that it mattered. Was it mahogany? I'm actually not sure. Maybe that was also mangrove. It might all just be mangrove. So, there is another way to get rubber in TFG. Now, this was added actually specifically for challenge runs, the dev told me. Because some challenge runners wanted to do TFG in a winter start. And just like have a winter planet, it's always cold. Which also means that you can't find rubber trees because there's no valid climate for it. And so they added a recipe to vacuumize dandelions into latex. You can get the vacuum chamber. And conifer? No. First of all, or conifer? Conifer. Wait. Hollow Knight? Conifer rosin, first of all, is unobtainable. Second of all, that doesn't make rubber. That makes wax, a wax substitute. But yeah, you can vacuumize dandelions. It's 16 dandelions to one bucket of latex, and one bucket of latex is like a bar of rubber, which is not even a one sheet to cover a cable. The math will get pretty bad soon. So, you need 24 dandelions, I'm pretty sure. No, it's 20. 20 dandelions for one cable. And how do you get dandelions? Because we're on a one block start, there's no grass, which means that even if there was grass, there's no way to spawn flowers. Bone meal doesn't work like that in TFG. So, what do? The answer is bees. Yep, TFG has bee breeding as well. There is a bee trait called Nature Restoration that randomly spawns a flower within, I think it was like 7 blocks of it. And it'll pick from any TFG flower. And so, first of all, you need to get bees, which is a nightmare in of itself. Because bees need straw. Well, the beehive needs straw. It just needs 1 straw block. Luckily, the dev informed me that for some reason, the stable bastion just spawns with straw blocks in it. Thatch blocks. So that's very convenient. That's straw instantly solved. And then the other thing you need for bees is you need grass, because... Well, no, not grass, you need flowers. I think you need, like, 5 flowers for a bee to try to spawn. And that was a really big problem, because this means you need flowers to get flowers. Enderman spawns with a grass block? Not in the nether, I don't think. I actually didn't check that. That might be a route. So, once again we go to the bastions, because the bastions are made of pyroxenite, which means that a lot of the world generation in TFG applies to those bastions. And so it can just replace pyroxenite in there with moss from the lush cave biome. And it can also replace it with clay grass. That's very important. Now, it doesn't ever spawn regular grass, but you can get clay grass. And then also, on these moss blocks, ferns can spawn. And for some reason, when testing, I was just like, how do you get flowers? How do you get flowers? I placed a hive in a lush cave. It said there was 46 flowers nearby. I could not see a single one. It was very confusing. Apparently ferns are flowers. In the bee code, ferns are flowers. So, that's flowers solved. You can get a starting amount of bees. And now you need a valid spot for it to spawn flowers. to spawn dandelions specifically. And that needs to be on grass, so once again, the clay grass block helps out. And grass can actually spread off of clay grass onto other dirt blocks, and you can make dirt from crushing biomass in the macerator. At this point, you have a steam macerator. So you can make more dirt, you can make more grass, you can start scaling up beehives here. All you need to do is grind for the nature restoration trait, and maximize it, because oh boy, you're going to need a very high level of nature restoration for this next bit. I think the highest level you can get is 10, and even then, every day there's like a 50% chance it spawns one flower. There is a pool of 56 flowers it can spawn. Only 2 of these, the dandelion and the goldenrod, can be turned into rubber. You need 20 dandelions or goldenrods to make one cable. 20 to make one cable. Here's where it starts to get very, very bad. I didn't do any specific math on this, but I did accelerate the tick rate and cycle through a bunch of days. I think I went through a full TFG year and got one dandelion with 8 hives, which is like as many as you could get from one bastion, because remember, you only get 1 straw block per bastion, per stable bastion, I should say. Because, yeah, you have a, 1 in 4 chance? Well, not 1 in 4, a 3 in 4 chance of getting the wrong bastion. So have fun with that. I just put the wrong block here, by the way. So, to get rubber now, you have to just wait a lot for bees. Using that dirt tech to, like, spread more grass with the dirt you can make from the macerator, you can start to produce more bees and start scaling up. So what you'd probably do in an actual playthrough at this point is just start searching for more bastions and scaling up bee production as much as possible. You would have hundreds and hundreds of beehives stacked around these little areas that would have been bastions at one point. Because remember, you can't move the clay grass blocks. There's no silk touch. And so all of these have to be centered on one bastion that had a bunch of clay grass. And it would be a nightmare, dude. I'm trying to put lights here, but should I put lights in the path instead? No, I think I'll have them on the edge. So, who knows how long that would take to get all the dandelions, but I actually have this in a note somewhere. Give me a second. I wrote this down. I just need to scroll. I have like a notes page for all of this. Oh no, where is it? Did I delete it? There's no way I deleted it. Okay, I cannot find it in my notes, but I think I sent it to the dev. I had the exact number of dandelions you need to get out of the dandelion age, because eventually you don't have to do all this. Where did I do all this? No, I think I scrolled past it. I really don't know. I think it's something around 1,600 dandelions to get a chemical reactor and a fluid solidifier. And that is what you would need to start making a more efficient rubber recipe, because the chemical reactor does rubber 9 times more efficient. No, not 9 times, 3 times more efficient. And then the fluid solidifier turns it into plates twice as efficiently. And then also you can vulcanize latex, I think 50% more efficiently. So it drags down rubber cost by like, I think 12 times, something like that. So the chemical reactor is an obvious first choice, because that could make machines actually possible. But still, that just takes forever to get all the dandelions for that. But yeah, you can get all of the metals for the LV machine hull. I don't think this looks as good as I thought it would. You can get all the metals for the LV machine hull. You need red steel. And you can just alloy that in the crucible. You can get rose gold. What else did it need? You can get brass, Piglin's Trade zinc. And you can get black steel and regular steel. So red steel's very easy as far as this challenge is concerned. At this point, you would have like a deep cave Enderman farm that would get you all the magnetite and the copper you need. Probably the gold, too, for piglin trading. So most of the costs are covered on LV machines. It is just the rubber that would be hell. And it doesn't really get better until MV. In MV, you can make silicone rubber, which is like probably the first time anyone has actually wanted to use silicone rubber for cables. And that's when the pain would finally end. But up until then, you're using dandelions, and you're gonna like it. So, from there, any material you need, you can find very rarely in Bastions. I checked through all the ore veins. The specific ores you need to beat the game are sphalerite for gallium, emerald for MV emitters, and naquita. I'm pretty sure those were the main veins. I think maybe platinum as well. I think platinum was another one. But apart from that, you do not need the bastions. So that's the one block TFG route. I spent a very long time routing that. And that was, I think most of that work was done between TFG 10 and TFG 16. So it's like a wide range of time that I was working on that. Maybe I'll make a video about the route in theory, but I will not do that myself. Never. I enjoy having fun in video games. What about oil production? Fluid drilling rigs don't need the ground to act like there's oil underneath an area. You can be in a skyblock and still just drill oil out of nothing. Yeah, oil's very easy. Plus, you don't even need it. Biomass can skip all the oil stuff. It's a really bad way. Biomass sucks, but it technically works. And biomass is just about the only thing you have at this point, with your 2 billion non-dandelion flowers that are just sitting in a chest somewhere. But yeah, I think I worked through the whole route. At the time I put this all together, mangrove trees actually didn't grow. Fun fact. And so I had to tell Piety, like, hey, the entire route works right now, but this mangrove tree won't grow. For some reason, it just wouldn't. In any circumstance, I move it to the overworld, planted on regular grass in the correct climate, it just wouldn't grow. But since that patch, I'm pretty sure this challenge is actually possible. That was the one thing blocking it. Actually, technically, you could still do it without the mangrove tree, but you would have to do early game without wood until you could trade with the piglins for lumber. And then that means you need to get clay before any kind of wood. It's not great. Not great, I'll admit. And you'd have to get sticks from Oh, how do you get sticks in that? I don't... maybe that route was impossible. Good thing it's not an actual route. I do like how this is going so far. I'm gonna put a light here. Hold on, I can space another one in here. Ah, perfect. Yeah, I think that looks okay. Wait. I'm actually kind of liking how this looks. Jetlag said it had potential. You know it's good when Jetlag says that. I don't like how thin this is, though. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Should I put this, like, thermal exhaust rim around here as well? I originally didn't want to, but maybe that's the right play. Swear Pirates have the changelog on every patch. Fun fact, Pirate actually discovered TFG through my series. Which may not make sense because they're the lead dev, but they were not the lead dev when I started my TFG series. In fact, TFG development was kind of dead when I started, as there were, at least from what I understand from how Pirate described it. And so they kind of got interested in the project because of my series, and the old dev, from how it was explained to me, kind of just stepped away, and now we have modern TFG and all the cool changes they've made. And so my series is like the direct cause of basically every change you see in recent TFG. How I found the mod is just I was playing a modern GregTech pack. I think it was literally just GregTech Community Pack Modern. And they had a few recommendations for mod packs in their quest book. It listed ATM Gravitas, Star Technology, and Terraformer Greg. Now, when I read that, I thought star technology was modern industrialization for some reason. I don't know why I thought that. And so I immediately wrote that off. I did not want to do that. I thought Terra Firma Greg, because I hadn't played Terra Firma Craft before, I thought that was Terra Firma Rescue. I was confusing those. And Terra Firma Rescue is, like, really bad, at least as Regan's video showed it. So I didn't want to play Terra Firma Greg at all. So I tried ATM Gravitas, and it was pretty good. It was the first time I ever tried Terra Firma Craft. But being in all the mods pack, it did it poorly. Did it very poorly. So it was a good first impression for TFC. But I would never recommend the pack to anyone. But after that, still thinking that star technology was modern industrialization, I just wanted to check out Terra Firma Greg, wondering how bad could it be, and realized that that is not the mod I was thinking of, and so I was immediately like, oh no, I'm not going to make a Gravitas series, I'm going to make a TFG series. So that was like, I think 2 weeks before my first my TFG video released, I quickly switched. I had a Gravitas video recorded, I got a Bloomery. ATM Gravitas. I'm glad I didn't do that, because it's like a really weirdly, questionably designed mod. It has a similar premise to TFG, but it's just all the mods, so it's not great. Not create. Yeah, they use regular create, but they, like most pack devs, they realize how unbalanced create is, and instead of using create like TFG does, or instead of removing create like Moni Factory does, instead of not using it, they just decided to do really, really weird things. Like, the create press is how you make plates in Gravitas, but the press can turn basically anything into plates, except for wrought iron and steel. That's how they balanced it. They excluded wrought iron and steel so that you'd have to manually forge that. And so that means, in the create press, you can turn neutronium into a plate, you can turn titanium, tungsten steel, trinium, the weird, like, UHV superconductor neutronate thing. You can turn those all into plates in the create press. You cannot turn wrought iron into a plate in the press. Additionally, vanilla iron, wrought iron, and cast iron were all different materials. Vanilla Minecraft iron was a separate material that you'd have to make by using flux with cast iron in the alloy smelter. Low pressure steam machines and high pressure steam machines both existed, which is fine, that's how regular GregTech works. But it just, I don't know, it made the transition from TFC really weird. You could make a boiler in the Bronze Age. By the way, hold on, this might be peak. I don't like that it's doing that. There we go. TFG scratches a particular brain cell of my autism in a way I don't enjoy any other mod pack. Yeah, I know what that is. It's the long, drawn-out progression from, like, rock bottom all the way to the absolute top. Like, it's the most pure form of that satisfying modded Minecraft progression. Because you're starting from the literal Stone Age. There's no automation for the first 80 hours of the pack. You're just going through human history. And then by the end, you have tens of thousands of resources in your storage system, and you have a giant computer running the base. I didn't measure out these sides, by the way, and I'm now really scared. This is 6 blocks. Oh no. This is 3 blocks. 3 mentioned. I think the only way to recover this is just to make this extend out a little bit more. Actually, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Recreating Civilization, but TFG would go hard as a video. Yeah, I would do that. Me and Florbin have both had ideas of doing that in the past. We just don't want to run a Civilization event. I did it once. Never again. I'd hire someone else to do it. I just don't want to deal with that shit. Running servers, especially in niche communities, is not fun. Smell spicy story here. I already went over that in the first building stream. I went through that whole story. Okay. I'm not going through that again. If you know, you know. But a bunch of people that don't know TFG call it realism. Maybe I'll do that after my Silksong video, because then I'll have a large audience that hasn't seen TFG. Okay, so if I turn it here, then there'll be a layer there, and then this will be the grate. Is that 6 blocks? Yes, okay. That makes it really awkward. Now to make this path work, I have to do this. This is really weird. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I can make this work like the person said I could. TFG is as realistic as RL crap. Low tier rage bait. Okay, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make the path not merge with this part of the base. Because think about it, this is like some weird maintenance elevator. No one cares about this, and so... Why would you have, like, the big grand path going into it? Because if this was, like, a real building, that area shouldn't be seen. There's some other entrance, that's what this path connects to. In other words, I'm coping. Because it's asymmetrical. Okay, either this person is, like, really good at rage baiting, or they're clueless. The best bait is the one you believe yourself. Oh yeah, this music reminds me, today is Hollow Knight's 9th anniversary, I'm pretty sure. And something interesting I noticed today, which I didn't notice on other Hollow Knight anniversaries, maybe it wasn't like this before, but people celebrate Hollow Knight's anniversary like it's a national holiday. I don't think this is a problem, because I agree, but I find it very funny. I don't know any other game community that does this. Question is, where are the walls going for this floor? Oh no, not another comment about the trowel tool. That's not useful here, I'm trying to make a gradient. It's not random. Dude, I almost get as many comments about the trowel tool as I get about Vintage Story. Actually, no. No, not even close. Dude, people are so rude about Vintage Story, it makes me not want to play. They just, like, insult the shit out of Terror from a Greg. I didn't know anything about Vintage Story before I played Terror from a Greg, but I absolutely don't want to play Vintage Story because of the assholes in my comment representing that community. They're just, like, insulting the devs and their entire family for copying Vintage Story, even though TFG's not even close. Like, sure, early game's similar, but I don't think you can build factories in Vintage Story. Pretty sure Vintage Story stops at medieval, like, it's a very different experience. TFG is a factory mod. And it's like, oh yeah, big surprise, the two realism games are both realistic. Isn't that crazy? You hear two witnesses' testimonies in court, and you say they're plagiarizing each other because their reports were so similar. It's almost like they're talking about the same event. But yeah, I will admit, the Vintage Story and TFG have a very similar early game, because they're both based on real life. Like, oh wow, they both have all these realistic rock types. Yeah, because they're both based on real life. Oh, and they both have to like locate copper in specific regions, and both have to use a pit kiln, I think. I'm making assumptions. I actually haven't played Vintage Story or watched it, but from how people are talking about it, like it's very similar. I have seen Vintage Story's forging system. I definitely prefer TFC because it's more of a mini game, and it's a really cool mini game, and a lot more of a thing you can master. Which means in Civilization events, you have the one blacksmith. How I always described Terra Firma Craft, I found very cool, and I still think is true, is how a lot of mods or games will give you like a skill tree and a research tree, and you have to allocate points to get to unlock new things. TFG doesn't have that. Your skill tree is your actual skill. You get better at blacksmithing, so you start getting better tools. Unless you're cheating and using a forging texture pack. Don't do that. That's literally X-ray. That's like using X-ray in vanilla Minecraft. But like, it's so cool. And then you can have the one guy who like knows the food system really well, and so he's the chef because he knows how to cook. There's no skill points. He didn't invest all of his points into cooking. He just knows a lot about the cooking system, and he'll make a really good soup that gets you to like 2,000 max health. I think that's so cool. I don't know if Vintage Story has any part of that, but that's why I prefer Terra Firma Craft's forging system. What's the intended way of doing the forging minigame? Learning the equivalents, because the left and right side of the forging UI all have equivalents. I'll explain what that means in a bit, because I'm just trying to go through how you're intended to use it. I learn equivalents like that, and then also I just get a feel for like how much each kind of hit does. It is really a thing that you just get better at over time. So, what I mean by equivalence is, like, on the right side, on the green side, the smallest thing to move it is punch, and punch goes 2 pixels to the right. Light hit on the left side is an equivalent. In fact, it's placed in the same spot, just on the left side. And light hit does 3 pixels to the left, so punch is 2 pixels to the right, light hit is 3 pixels to the left. They are a net 1 pixel to the left. And all of these things have a very slight change like that. So bend and medium hit are a net 1 pixel to the right, because bend I think is 7 and medium hit is 6. I don't memorize the numbers, I just memorize equivalents. And you do all those things. So then you get near the target, you go, okay, this pattern, when using all of the equivalents, will have a net movement 4 pixels to the right. So I need to go 4 pixels to the left, do all the equivalent hits, and then the pattern, and that'll forge it. That's how I do it, and I can get perfectly forged on most things. Especially if I've done it a single time already, because I already know how far I need to be away from the center. And then Flurbin goes out here spreading propaganda about the forging texture pack. And the people on the TFG servers somehow convinced the devs to make that a built-in texture pack. That's crazy. That's like if they added X-ray as a setting in vanilla Minecraft. It was my favorite part, and now everyone's just like sitting there with their calculator out, adding all the numbers together, and there's no more fun. It's just math. That sucks. That's the only thing I don't like about modern TFG. Like, no wonder you don't like the forging minigame. You're cheating! And the game's telling you it's okay. What's the criteria for perfectly forged? I'm not sure, but I always get it on shovels. Saying math isn't fun. Math is fun, but doing basic addition over and over again isn't. Listen, I'm in high school, I'd know. They should make it so that you have to do trigonometry to figure out the angle of your axe blade. Oh no, now everyone's like, oh, math is great. Yes, I enjoy math. It's my favorite subject, okay? When I was in middle school, my class was learning the Pythagorean theorem while I was learning calculus for fun, okay? Yes, I like math. But if I have to sit there every time I forge something, watching my ingot cool, going, okay, so 5 minus 7 plus 11 minus 6, like, that sucks. Okay, this is coming together pretty well. I'm gonna work on the front here so that we can get the AE2 area fully, like, merged in. Calc is more fun than algebra. I've been having a lot of fun with algebra recently. There's a bunch of just, like, funny little rules that, by the way, I have to say, I have way more fun figuring that out myself rather than a teacher just standing there telling me that those rules exist and not explaining why. Oh man, I could go into a whole rant on how the school system is, like, ass at everything it does. Or tries to do. But I'm not gonna get into that. Yeah, I have way more fun just figuring that out myself. That's why I never studied on tests. Like, unironically, I haven't studied for a single test. And I would purposefully just go, yeah, I'll figure it out on the test. And I'd still get 90, it's not a problem. Because I just understand math. I guess I'm lucky. That probably doesn't work in university, but I don't plan on going to university, so... I'm excited for the next Hecuba Project Singularity episode. Bad news, only 5 minutes are edited, and I have to do something to do with this building, which is gonna take forever, so see you in a month. I'm trying to figure out how I want to shape this, because this is going to be an open area. Are you going to do a base tour with all the building you're doing? Yeah, that's my plan for this section of the video, because editing these building montages absolutely sucks, and I'm never happy with them. So what I'm probably going to do is just cut to when I'm done building and give a tour and sort of explain the process of designing it. I've been messing around with a bunch of different ways to edit through those building montages. I'm gonna see what I like most. So right now, everything I do is very experimental when it comes to building. But the old methods sucked and took way too long. The important thing is that I have fun while making the video. I did not before, so... Have you considered reusing Replay Mod? It doesn't exist here. I wish. Replay Mod's earliest version is 1.8. It is that version is made for Hypixel, and even if it existed here, it is horribly incompatible with GregTech and would probably cause just a wild amount of issues. I have thought about just buying a second Minecraft account and running 2 instances of GTNH and record one of them, where I just have an account sitting up here watching me build like this. That's kind of how I did time-lapses in TFG, because Replay Mod doesn't work there either. I invited a friend, and he would just stand there for, like, I think one of our time-lapses was 20 hours. He just stood there watching me build. He eventually figured out that he could disable FPS reducer and just go play Silksong while the game was running in the background. So that's how I've done time-lapses in the past, but I'm not going to invite random friends over onto Project Singularity. And also that friend kinda doesn't want to do that shit ever again, because he, like, lost a whole week out of his life just sitting there. Don't worry, I paid him, okay? He deserves compensation. But I'm not going to make him do that again. So I'd probably just get a second account. Oh, Soy has a second account? Yeah, I could probably take that. If you're comfortable just sending that. I assume there's no, like, information that I would be able to take. Like, it's complete. I guess you probably trust me? Hopefully. You're on my server. Guys, who wants Soycake's personal info? Goes to the highest bidder. Oh, hey, the Slayer. You have any advice for someone who plans to make GregTech content? I don't know. I have advice on YouTube in general, not GregTech specifically. Make content you enjoy. Make content you enjoy making and content you enjoy watching. If you don't enjoy watching it, your viewers won't either, okay? And they will also tell that you didn't enjoy making it. So make content you enjoy making and make content you enjoy watching. That's, like, the biggest general advice you can have for YouTube. It's also not my advice. That's completely Martin Cedo Pants, because that's, like, my main inspiration for doing YouTube in general. So yeah, do content you enjoy. Really, I hate to break it to you guys, but the viewer's opinion really doesn't matter. It is, at most, a suggestion. Because if you give in to what viewers think, you're gonna have thousands of people trying to control your life every day. That is just not sustainable. The highest bidder just won? Oh. The Slayer gets all of Soycake's personal info. Let's go. Yeah, thanks for the $10. Best I can do is 1 hex on your enemies. Can you, I was about to say Silksong spoilers. You get the idea, you were on the last Silksong stream. All of Soycake's info for $10, what a steal. Yeah, I thought it was worth less than that. Easy money for me. What the hell? I swear I just saw a username flying past. I think I have an idea. This needs to be more of an overhang. It'll be better that way. Dude, this song's so good. Will the A2 area be open to the sky? Not to the sky, but you'll be able to fly in from the front. So there'll be, like, machinery above it. There'll be a full base above it, but you'll be able to fly in from the front. What's the infinite pit for? Come on, what a stupid question. It's an infinite pit. What would you use it for? Like, kids these days. Chat laugh at this guy. He doesn't even know what he'd use an infinite pit for. You're planning to put massive megastructures like Eye of Harmony at the base or Pocket Dimension. I'm not thinking about Eye of Harmony right now, I'm gonna be honest. I'd probably have a pretty good spot for it in the base, and we are leaving everything in the overworld, hopefully, unless it becomes a lag issue. Oh, what do I do here? Because that's just kind of in the way. Is there a limit of force loading chunks for each team? Yes, but we are trying to remove it because people need to load more chunks and we didn't mean to put it there. It is a default. So, yes, there's a limit. It's not supposed to be there. Our server is built on trust rules, and so we can trust people not to claim the entire world and then block all editing firms in those areas. No one would do that, surely. What do I want to put here? Because this is going to be kind of a balcony, so what block do I put on the ground here? I don't want the same reflective stuff. Gonna decorate oil proc as well? Yes, eventually. I don't want to decorate it now because currently this would take way too long to decorate. And then also it's gonna be all covered up like this, so I'm not decorating the ground right now. But once this is all done, then I can figure out what changes to make. With modernity, I think the multi-blocks look actually quite nice on their own. I guess normal GT textures are actually equally good here. But the machines look pretty good on their own, so I probably won't need to change them much, but... that's uneven. We'll go like this. Been enjoying the modernity textures more? Well, I put them on for a reason. They are better textures. I still feel like ZTech is in like most, or like in a lot of ways, I think around 60% ZTech textures are better, because modernity can sometimes be a bit too bright. But especially with circuits and I guess motors, yeah, motors definitely. Modernity wins. Machine hulls, I think ZTech wins. Old GT wins nowhere. The old GT just loses on all fronts. I'm sorry. 1.7 GT, texture artist was not the greatest. I'm sorry to all my 1.7 GT texture fans, but yeah, not great. Okay, I don't know what to put as the floor here. How much does modernity change? Does it change building blocks and stuff like that? It changes everything. So it's updating AE2 textures, it's updating Thaumcraft textures. It's actually kind of broken on a lot of Botania textures. Like if I go Botania here, these are broken. That is the only problem with the mod. Well, not the mod, the texture pack. But apart from that, every single thing is updated. I think I've found only around like 1% or less of textures that should have been updated that weren't. So it affects everything, including building blocks, but I've been very careful with what I choose for building. So these chisel blocks, these factory blocks and technical blocks, they don't have modern variants, and if they did, they'd have the same texture. So they don't change at all. Same with these wood blocks, these have no modern variant, and so there's no modern texture for it to switch to. And so that's just how I build. I build with blocks that do not have a modern variant, so that they don't look any different. Or if there is a modern variant, like with some chiseled stone variants, it's too similar to actually matter. So yeah, it changes everything, and I like it that way. I think GregTech is the main thing I wanted to change, though, so I'd be completely fine with removing every non-GT texture from modernity, because I really just need the GT textures changed. Dude, I don't know what to put here. What do I put as the floor? Everyone in chat is ghosting me. It's so over. Okay, hold on. Let me boot up Silksong. We're gonna look for reference images. maybe coke oven bricks. Those look different. Modernity makes them a bit red, while default textures are kind of like sandy. A gone? Maybe. Hold on. We just need to do a little thing real quick. We're gonna look for reference images. I don't want to be here. This is right side, Citadel. This is all gonna be right side. I don't know why I'm expecting anything else. This is, well, not right side, left side. Dyslexic. Here we go. Oh, dude, let me through. Oh, no, it does not want me to. That's so annoying. Maybe Whispering Vaults has what I want. Oh, wow, this is perfectly where I want it to be. Okay. There are a few balcony areas over here. I think there's even, yeah, stuff up here. This is kind of the type of reference I'd want. So it's mostly just flat bronze. Oh shit, I don't have claw line. We're gonna ignore that. But yeah, it's kind of just flat bronze with like an ornate rim. I don't know if I can actually do that. It's a bit too complex. Does that give me any ideas on what to do? I cast a building inspiration. Hold on, I have an idea. We're gonna work with some blocks here. We're gonna see where it goes. Just sort of extend out patterns that are there. Is there brass? No. There is no kind of brass block. I would have been using it a long time ago if there was. And there is brass blocks, they just look straight ass. Like, look at this. And that's just the good textures, they're worse. Worse without modernity. A Tinker's Construct brass. So first of all, for some reason it's showing a different texture on the left here. Second of all, it does not look like that for non-modernity users. For default textures, it's like a really flat, like, annoying yellow. So it's weird. I think we can just stick some reflective flooring here. I think I've done enough. And then we'll fill in the gaps with something else. Timbaga? No, that's also... Any GregTech material is going to be ass. So even the modern textures are bad. GregTech blocks just do not look good. They are not an option. No, that's bad. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know how to make this work. Like, I kind of have an idea with the shapes I've put here. You know what? Let's not overcomplicate it. We'll fill this in as well. Good enough. I think it does need a light somewhere, though. Hold on. Oh, Aspect's taking all my, gone here. Also, I still have Silksong open. Give me a second. Unnecessary lag. What? I can't get out of here. Oh yeah, this arc furnace system that I made for the glass roof, it made all of this glass, and we haven't run it since the day I first started it up. This actually hasn't done anything in like a month. Because, well, now these are all HV, but originally they were burning all the cables. Who could have seen that coming? Dude, the cable routing I did there was really jank. In Modern, that would have worked, though. As terrifying as it is. But that doesn't work as much in old GT, because for some reason it'll just send electricity into wires that shouldn't be doing anything. Is there any, like, detail I could put in these sections? No, I think they're fine the way they are. Dude, I actually have nothing to say anymore. I'm just building. Feel like I should have something to talk about. But at this point, I'm just locked in on building. Thoughts on the Olympics? I didn't know they were happening until yesterday. that says everything you need to know. Everyone around me is talking about some kind of hockey game between US and Canada. I do not give a shit. Thoughts on Factorio? It's pretty good. I haven't played it in a very long time, though. Oh, no. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Okay, Huh. You know what? There's a building going here anyways. We'll figure that out later. I can't put a factory block layer here, or a technical block layer here because of that. So I'm probably just gonna leave it. What game is this? From a guy named Lobotomy Patient. This is Silksong. Okay, what do I want to wrap the stream up with? Maybe we can get like a wall layout here. Guys, it's technical blocks again. It's all technical blocks. Okay, but now that we're doing stuff like this, I have to like extend this technical block into the floor so that it looks like a reflection. And then here, this is a problem. I can't have that. It has to look like a reflection. I know the edge here ruins that effect. I don't know what to do about that. But for anything that sticks up above the bottom level, it needs to look like a reflection. So this now extends down into there, so that it's kind of a reflection. Is this way too tall? No, that's good. Because we need to be able to fly through here. Oh wait, this is just supposed to be the size of the doorway. We'll lower that by a block then. Did I not? Okay. Turn it into arches. I can't really do that with technical... Wow. I can't really do that with technical blocks. Maybe that's a sign that I shouldn't use these, but I don't know what else I'd use. I could use these bronze bits, but they don't really make anything that looks like a pillar. This is the only block that does that. Okay. Oh. That's gonna be really awkward to fit. Still pretty small compared to other bases on the server. I'd say it's around the same size, it just has way less of a surface footprint because like 80% of it is under the ground. Like, sure, we're not as big as ducklings, but we're probably around the size of underdogs. Maybe even in Vic's territory, though Vic's also has a lot of underground. Okay, I just need the railing there. I don't know how I'm gonna do this section. Because this should probably be a wall, but I can't have a 1-block thick wall because then it has no depth. Maybe I can have a window. Or what happened? Hold on. I'm just assuming it would look like that. What does it look like? If I just put like a bronze gradient here. Architect's blocks, that's an FPS hazard. We're not doing that. I can use them a little bit, but I'm not going to use them for a wall. Yeah, this really doesn't have any depth, like, at all. And normally how I add depth is stuff like this. And I don't even know how the wall's gonna work over here. Yeah, that's a whole other nightmare. You know what, I'm just gonna leave that. We don't have much longer for this stream, because I still gotta speedrun Silksong. Actually, I'm probably gonna keep that in the same stream. Because that's actually worked out pretty well. So what I'm just gonna do is I'm gonna block out... I'm gonna trace out all the rooms. that I'm gonna build later. I do like the way these look, though. I guess if I move them over, I can probably make it still work. I don't have enough cables for that. How do you color cables? Because these are all orange covered. And we have a bunch of these. So do I just need a chemical bath? Oh no, it's just straight dye like that, okay. Awesome, nice. Are these smart cables? No, they look like regular covered. Yeah. Why did I do it like that? Okay, now I'm gonna continue tracing this all out. So I'll have this main area, that'll be exterior, and then we have actual, like, rooms elsewhere. We'll probably need, like, some auto-crafting area at the back here, because that's already kind of what's happening. I think the solution to this wall problem is just to make it double thick like that. So I'll extend this. And then trace out the walls all the way back to here. Any tips for oil distilling? It hurts my brain. Do severely steam cracked everything. For a normal system, that's all you need. Just do severely steam cracked, distill it. People will make full flow sheets and stuff. Like, you don't need all that. I mean, I kind of will get into that. I probably won't use any flowcharts, but you don't need any of that because all the chemicals you need, like benzene and ethylene and butadiene, they're all maximized by just severely steam cracking everything, so just do that. It's very simple. So you desulfurize the 4 main chemicals. Usually I just store up gas. Here, I've actually distilled gas. That's optional. But usually I just store it up or burn it for power. and then you distill severely steam-cracked light fuel, heavy fuel, and naphtha into all of their products, and then dump them into the same super tanks. Converge them all. Okay, that's our main room. And then from there, it's going to be kind of anarchy, so I'm not going to trace it. But yeah, that's enough GTNH for now. I'm going to switch to Silksong now. Maybe we can get this done in like 2 days. Are you displaying the supercomputer in the center of your base? That's not the center. I guess it kind of will be for a while, but the base is going to continue growing up. We're at the very bottom. But yeah, the ME controllers will probably kind of be displayed there, I guess. I don't know, I'm just building. I don't have much of a plan. Here we go. Okay, so I did a run last night. Just off-stream. It's the first off-stream run I've done since, well, before I started streaming. And it went very well, because I was able to focus on my neutral pogos, and I wasn't yapping. And I did the Sply Pogo first try, which is something literally every runner can do. But I haven't been able to. As of recent, at least. Not bad. Not great. I would prefer some better neutral pogos, but not bad. Dude, why is YouTube chat gone? There we go. Oh, we skipped both of them. Let's go. Are we gonna have an actually good Moss Grotto today? I'm actually quite tired right now, so I'm probably not gonna talk too much. Oh, you suck, man. Okay. That's so annoying. He was actually gonna be a gold Mosgrotto. And then that fight just happened. We lost maybe a second and a half to that. Oh, great. Half of that time loss we just had is at the very end from me just, like, not pressing buttons on my keyboard at all. But yeah, as usual, if you have any questions about the game or the run, feel free to ask. I know a lot of you probably don't play Silksong, so I'm expecting a lot of very basic questions, and that is okay. For example, you may be wondering why the game's in Chinese, because it's faster. As you just saw there, that NPC talks a lot. It's all text dialogue, though, which means that different languages can be considerably faster if they have less text. So Chinese is the most compressed. It has the least text, and that text scrolls by faster for some reason. Like, not just each sentence goes by faster because there's less words, but like each character, for some reason, appears faster than English letters. So Chinese is around 30 seconds faster in the whole run. Why do you... How did I make that pogo? I'm not complaining about that. Oh no. I just stopped text skipping before she was done. Random time loss. Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, I should change the title. I don't have time for that, though. I should have done that before. Shit. Is there anyone here I trust who I could make mod? Nah, I don't think that's even my correct move. Maybe I can change it during Widow. But that's in like 20 minutes. Assuming this run goes well. Dude, let me Silk Spear! Why does that happen sometimes? Is that RNG? Because sometimes I just have less silk there, because the Silk Spear at the top sometimes returns 3 silk from breaking the barrier, and other times it doesn't. That's bad. Whatever, we recovered it. Only 3.5 seconds ahead of PB. Last night, I did 3 runs off stream. All of them were around 5 or 6 seconds ahead of PB on Silk Spear. So, well, this is technically time save. Oh, I just realized Moss Mother was bad. That's actually fairly average. If Moss Mother was 0, then we'd actually be saving quite a bit. Oh no. Oh no, it's basic platforming. Oh no. Guys, I think this is gonna be a really good run. I have a great... I have an amazing feeling about the rest of this. I think this is gonna go swimmingly. My worst enemy, basic platforming. Not even any speedrun tech involved. I'm gonna have to make up for that with some crazy neutral pogos. Nice turnaround. Okay, due to PB having an actually good Swift Step split, I'm gonna guess we are plus 1 second right now. No, minus 1 second. I think we're still green. That's my guess. Oh, no, looking bad here. It's looking really bad. No, I think I way underestimated that fumble. It wasn't even one fumble. I failed the platforming, the basic-ass platforming, 2 times, and then failed the platforming after it. Oh, shit. Ooh, okay. No, okay. Dude, let me silk spear. Almost a perfect split until the end there. Those last 3 collections were pretty bad. Triceratops, I think one of your messages got cut off. You just said that is because Team Cherry. There's no, there was nothing that, there's nothing before that. Oh shit. Well, the Wormways is ass, that's for sure. Wormways is straight ass. No! Holy sh! Dude, why did it do that on the ledge grab? I thought I was dead. Why did it stall the ledge grab? You can't do that to me on 2 health, man. You can't do that to me. Why did she stall out on the ledge grab? Oh no, this split is straight ass. Oh, we got a 1-second gold on the last split though. I kinda suspected that. That was the first time I actually did the Marrow Rosary collection, like, semi-smoothly. What is this Garma skip? We're like plus 10 right now. Oh yeah, we're very red. That was a bad Wormways. It started pretty good. Holy shit, it's a perfect Widow entrant. I didn't have time to Silk Spirit. I should have Silk Spirit first. Oh shit, I knew that would be a dash attack. Take that. That might be a gold. Not another one of these runs. Can I ever go into the double digits? Like just give me a 50-second time loss so that I can see more than one number on the timer. 9.8 minus 4.5. Like, screw you, man. That has to be a Widow Gold, though. As long as I do my movement fine here. No experimental shit, please. First Sinner has a bind animation like Widow does. Doesn't Widow also have like a cut animation of her face being ripped off? And getting lobotomized? Don't know why I remember binding First Sinner. Well, you do bind First Sinner, but it's not like Widow's version. She sort of just stands behind you and gets absorbed. Well, Widow, you're binding Widow like you bind GMS. Surely this is a gold. Yeah, 3 seconds. You love to see it. Okay, just lock in. If I fail Timothy Chalamet skip, I might drive a brick through my head. Two golds already. Yesterday me would be actually going crazy. Dude, holy shit.
you finished?
Okay. For one, dude. That was a bit of an early jump. Gold? Really? That's a gold? We lost like a second in Greymoor. At this level, a full second is like pretty bad. I mean, I guess we're past the absolute early shit. I'm gonna shut up. One. Don't give me one. Give me top, though. You suck. Scott? Okay, that's not good. That's really not good. Okay, I just need to find flies quickly, and very far away from them. Thank you. Is that, right top exit? Shit, what? Yes, that is right top. That's a hazard, you can't dash into that. Dude, holy shit, why is there 4 billion wraiths? How did I hazard respawn here? Dude, what was that? What was that? Wait, what the hell was that? There's 2 billion wraiths, and all of the hazards. That is literally maximum death. I know that room, that is maximum death. You cannot get worse than that. That's what the hell? Dude! Nah, we have to reset that. I'm not gonna... Dude, I solved the mist in under a minute 7 times in a row this morning. That was my warm. I specifically did the Sinner's Road mist segment as practice this morning. So that's not a skill issue. That is just a fucking insane pattern. Like, that's Mist 4. Mist 4 never does that. 3 of the fly locations had nothing. I aggroed 2 wraiths while trying to check those fly locations. When I finally reached a fly, it gave me the farthest possible exit that has a line of parkour that is normally pretty slow to do, but on that line of parkour, there was a falling trap, there was a floor trap, there was a bear trap, and there was 2 more wraiths. It doesn't get worse than that. It doesn't get worse than that. Maybe that was survivable, but I've never encountered that before. Okay, just lost half a second. You suck. #1 mauling hater. There we go. Imagine I gold Silk Spear here. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Nesviye, da, fenest, fadastam.
Dude. Oh shit. Right, I got slowed like earlier in the room. Yeah, no Silk Spear gold, that's for sure. Silk Spear has to be perfect for a gold. Oh, that was really weird. Okay.
Nesviye,
How did that ledge grab? What? I jumped on the very edge. Dude, it's so over. PB is never. Speedrunners win 0.5 second time loss. I would sacrifice my firstborn child for a 0.1 second time save. book, nice. One second over best. That's literally just because I got a slightly suboptimal cycle. And had a bit of a slow lost home segment. Dude, can I stop it? Holy shit. I'm losing my mind. No. 2 runs in a row now. Okay. Now, where is it? I don't have a comm-sob split for this. Shit. Give me a second. And by a second, I mean about, like, 5 minutes. We're fixing this. Okay, we'll go here. Okay, we'll start timer at 3.3 to make up for that. I'm setting up a comm-sob. Well, no, I'm setting up an IL timer for the marrow. We're gonna end the stream with just the marrow. Didn't even see Act 2. Thank you, Mist. There we go. Now I just need to add 500, shit, I forgot the name of them. 500 auto-splitter conditions. This is gonna take way longer. Why is it just letting me? I'm not gonna complain. For some reason, live split's working like it's intended to. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I need 11 splits. Streamer knows how to count. Pog. Thrilling gameplay, really, for you guys. Not gameplay at all. Actually, a lot of you are probably playing games. I'm just setting up this auto-splitter, which I should have done before stream, and I thought I did, but I didn't. I guess I don't usually see the need to practice the marrow, the split where you just walk and then fight the easiest arena in the game. Okay, we're gonna act like Belbeast is in no distress at all. And we're gonna tell the timer to shut the hell up. Thank you. And the timer's gonna continue yapping. Oh shit, that's my reload button. Timer, please stop it. There we go. Should I set up a split for this? I'll set up a split for this. So we're just gonna practice this, because clearly I don't know how to do it. And we're gonna loop it until I, like, get within 3 seconds of Comsob. Okay. Oh shit. No! Dude! Ah, we're just trying to bet a first PB. Okay, that was a really good paid action pogo room. I think that might be my best. Okay, I missed one pogo, that's about it. That amounts to 0.5 seconds of time lost. Uh-oh. No, he didn't burrow. Easy game. Damn, 200 people who clicked onto a Greg Tech stream stayed to watch me grind literally the most uneventful split in Silksong. They must have left their computers on. Auto splitter's not working. Why? Give me a second. Ant Arena seems fine. Ant Drop didn't work though. These are all the same auto splitter condition. Oh, there's 13 splits. Wait, what? I said streamer knows how to count. I counted 11. Okay, good. Awesome. Dude! Get over here. Nice. You know, maybe I should just speedrun, maybe I should speedrun Adopt Me on Roblox. Shit, man, I almost just died. You guys wanna watch, Roblox Feel Brain Rot speedruns? Because I don't think I'm cut out for Silksong. I just joined, what the hell are you talking about? Look at the timer. Plus 12 on an IL. I think I'm gonna switch to Roblox, man. I'm not cut out for Silksong. Holy moly. Okay. So why was he there? Explain that to me. Why was he over there? Dude, why does he go so far back and then just shoot at you? I don't like that the timer put -10. Oh no. Shit, man. It's so over. Oh, that's so ass. How is that a gold? What? I completely failed the draw. I know it's only comparing against two other times. Oh no, one other time. Still, that should have been slower. Okay. What's ComSob on that room? Well, not on that section. 257? Damn, okay. I gotta get at least a sub 310 before I can call it good. That's still so far off, though. 257? Holy shit. That's really fast. Apparently those were really good neutral pose, though. Having a timer like this that has golds and stuff, unlike the old timer mod that is, really helps give me feedback on my neutral pogos, because it's really hard to see if they're fast or slow, but if I have a number quantifying how fast my neutral pogos are, I can start to better recognize what a good pogo looks like. Dude, that's so ass. Dude! Oh, it's so over. We're red. When your difference over PB is 0.9 seconds, that is plenty to just kill PB. Nice ant arena. Three 10.21. Come on, man. Nah. I said I'd get sub 310, but if I'm being honest, shit, I just crashed the game. Can I actually still leave? I'm pretty sure that freezes it if I load a save state that doesn't exist. No, apparently it doesn't fully crash it. What? Let me load Clockwork Dancers. Oh, it's broken. It's very broken. I just wanted to end with some more important practice. Okay. Let me just restart the game. Yeah, debug mod is very weird like that. If you try to load a save state that doesn't exist, it will freeze the entire game and break the save states until you restart it. Instead of, you know, just preventing you from loading a save state that doesn't exist. I feel like that's very easy to code. That was just bad on all accounts. There we go. I'm just gonna practice this, because I don't think I've really practiced it today. And this always needs practice, and then I might do a little bit of Wormways and then end the stream. It was so recoverable and I just botched it. Okay, I'm getting into that flow state. Nope. Okay, I'm starting to realize again, for the 4th time, just how precise that one is. I'm doing the rest of it really great though. It's only the start that I'm struggling on. It's just strange, because I discovered a bunch of new setups that make the start a lot easier. But hey, it's all really difficult. Just depends what mood I'm in to see which one I'm failing. Yeah, that shouldn't have worked. I just don't know how I made that. That also shouldn't have worked. That claw line was too low. And that was too slow. And why did that work? Why? Everything there was supposed to kill me. That was completely botched. Sure. Of course I can only do this twice ever in runs. I've done 250 attempts. I've only pulled this off twice. That was such an early claw line. That would be a hilarious spot to lose a run. Not even close. Okay. I need to learn the new strat here. Jeez. Like, wave dash here? Yeah, that's the new strat. So much faster. Okay, turn around too fast. Jump! Dude. There you go. Shit. Shit. Wave dash, I didn't know this was a Celeste run. I call them wave dashes. Apparently that's an uncommon thing to call them. Normally they call them pogo dashes, but come on. You use a diagonal dash to go faster on the ground, accelerate your forward dashes. Is that not a wave dash? Blue used to call them wave dashes when Silksong speedrunning was starting, and now he calls them just the boring pogo dashes. What are we doing here? Okay, if I'm gonna do all those wave dashes, I can't use old strats at the end. Yeah, man. Okay. Can I just make it to the end of Worm Waves? Like, damn. I should not be alive. My hand flipped off my keyboard and I somehow survived. Kinda scuffed. Also, I should have a timer. Give me a second. I literally have splits for this. I should be using them. Good job. Awesome. That's so sad. Oh, I hate worm waves. Yeah, cool. Just run right into them. Jeez. How is that not a gold? Are we being for real? That's the first time I've used that tech with the timer. Is it actually not even faster? Like, surely it's faster, right? It has to be. Fit in 4 more wave dashes than the old method and get hit with no gold? Can I compare against average, please? Thanks, that's a bit more, approachable. Shit, man. Can I look? Number 1 in Canada, by the way? Jeez. Wormways Room 1 is the hardest room in the game. Genuinely is. What do you mean that hit the spikes? I'm gonna lose my mind. Good. Dude, I could have fit through that. It's ahead of average, though. That's nice. And it got a gold in Crawl 2. That must have been by, like, the tiniest fraction of a second. So that room is literally just falling. Oh no, no, not this shit again. What happened in the run today? Made me want to actually kill someone. How is that 0.1 over average? Are we for real? Oh, I guess I always reset that room, so that room's average is like really unreasonable. Survivorship bias on the timer. Not bad. Yeah, 40 seconds is something I can live with. Awesome. Job, man. I love saying good job to myself when I do something really bad. 42 is kinda, Love that. Shit, that just lost all the time in the world. That is funny, actually. That's pure comedy, the way I just took damage there. Absolute comedy. Famous Hollow Knight boss. Oh, final room. Okay, so you see, I said I'd be done, but it's Silksong, and I'm never done because, damn, I actually can't get bored of this game. So we're gonna do GMS now. And then I'll end the stream, for real this time. Should've done a third wave dash. Dude, I should have done a turnaround. It would have been such a peak Silk Spear. That Silk Spear actually hit. Not bad. I said I'd be done, but you see, that was so cool. That was such a cool fight. So I'm gonna do it again. I can stop anytime, okay? I'm not addicted. Nice claw line. I don't need to heal though. There is an attack that can one-shot me, and I almost did just get one-shot by said attack. Easy dodges? Why was I alive there? I need to Silk Spear more. I don't Silk Spear on this fight enough. Second Silk Spear. You're like stagger, what the hell? I will never Silk Spear, dude. Yeah, that's death. Don't know what I was thinking there. No. Don't take me there. I'll take the free heal. Maybe I shouldn't take heals there. Easy dodges. Dude, am I washed? What Modpack is this? This is super symmetry. Like Listu. Hey, you should play this though. I don't know if you've played anything like it, but you should play this because it's the best game. Shit, man. Dude, I'm washed! Dude, Silk Spear 1 pixel too far. Don't give me any spot to Silk Spear stall. No. Dude, am I... Okay. Maybe I should just end stream. Dude. Am I washed? Holy shit, man. First fight was good, and it was all downhill from there. No, you're one shot, yep. There was such an opportunity for damage, and I did not even attempt to take it. Easy parry. Dude, why am I alive? These are wild dodges. That shouldn't have worked. I'm gonna call the stream here. It's been well over 4 hours. We got some building done, and then I showed that I'm washed at Silksong. Thank you all for watching, and God